Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome on in to Doane women's basketball here versus the Midland Warriors. Midland coming into tonight's game 7-1 on the season. Doane 3-3, 1-2 in the G-Pack, as Midland is 4-1. A tough test for the Tigers here coming up in 3 minutes. Cody Vance will bring along your starting lineup. Stick with us.
Thank you, and good evening, basketball fans, and welcome to Bob Erickson Court at the George and Sally Haddix Recreation and Athletic Center, where this Great Plains Athletic Conference women's basketball game between the Midland University Warriors and Doane University Tigers. Let's meet the starters for our visitors from Fremont, 5'11" senior from Norris, number 2, McKenna Sullivan, 5'11" junior from Dakota Dunes, South Dakota, number 4, Peyton Winger, 5'5" sophomore from Millard North, number 10, Lexi Kraft, a 5'9" junior from Guardian Angels Central Catholic, number 25, Lexus Hazy, and a 6' senior from Central City, number 35, Katie Giafchi. The head coach for Midland is Sean Gilbert. Doane fans, on your feet. Time to greet your Doane Tigers. A 5'7" sophomore from U10. Number 3, Madison Davis. 5'9" sophomore from Auburn. Number 14, Ashley Teaton. A 5'6" freshman from Tilden, Elkhorn Valley. Number 20, Olivia Nall. 6' senior from Falls City, Sacred Heart. Number 43, Haley Heights, and a 5'6" sophomore from Deschler, number 44, Sydney Rowe. The head coach, Ryan Baumgartner, assistant coaches, Gene Steinmeier and Bailey Heinen Colby. Doane University and NAIA.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on into the Haddix Center here on the campus of Doane University for today's matchup between the Doane women and the women of Midland. Midland coming in today's matchup 7-1 on the season, 4-1 in the G-Pack. Doane coming in at 3-3, 1-2 in the G-Pack. A tough contest here for the Tigers upcoming. As we get ready to tip things off here, as Midland's going to control the ball off the tip. Tigers need to hone in on number 25, Lexus Hazy. She is averaging on the season 16.8 points per game as Midland gets our first 2 points of the game. Roth back into today's starting lineup. Tigers have switched their starting lineup a couple of times early on in the season. As Nall, she'll bury the 3 from the top. As the Tigers take their first lead of the game, 3-2 here early on in this first quarter. Keeping this game close early on is going to be key for the Tigers, getting the extra rebounds, limiting those second chance opportunities. There's going to be a 3-point basket there by Wingert. And Midland quickly regains their lead by 2. Davis on the right-hand side gives it off to Nall. That's going to be an overback violation. Both Doane players, they're not really moving at all, kind of stagnant there with both the wings on both sides, and just an inerrant pass turns into a turnover for the Tigers. Tigers dressed in their white uniforms here with the orange numbers. Midland with their navy blue uniforms and orange numbers. Doane setting up. Winger going to take her second 3-point of the night, no good, but there's going to be an extra rebound. Pass into Winger, and there's another opportunity, no good. Is a layup there. Good streak to the basket was Winger there after missing the pass. A good look from her teammate as Roth goes in and throws one up. That's no good. Davis steals one away. She'll have it all alone. She's outnumbered here. Going to get it off to Nall, who's looked like she was initially tripped, but will regain it for a moment and back in the hands of the Warriors. What looked like it was going to be another opportunity for Doane turns into an opportunity for the Warriors here. Three-pointer on the way from the corner. Off the mark, no good. Midland's put up some shots here early on in this game. Tigers already with 2 turnovers on this game, and we're only 2 minutes into today's contest. Tigers have to limit those. Teton at the top, she's going to drive on in, throw one up. Haley Heights is there, but they'll be battered around, and that's going to be Midland basketball. They come down across the timeline. Quick move around by the Warriors, kick in. Another three-point opportunity for Midland, and that time they'll bury it. And it's Wingert again. That's her second one of the night. Wingert's provided a 6-0 run here over the last minute and 40 seconds. Tigers just looking a little slow here to start off this game here today. Roth will drive left. She'll be guarded pretty heavily there up top, and that's going to be blocked around. Here come the Warriors the other way. They're on 4-on-2 here. Had 2 other girls wide open. They throw it to one closest, and Madison Davis will steal it around. She'll get off to Sydney Roth. She'll take a shot at the three-pointer. No good. Multiple Tigers there to gain it, and they get a second chance opportunity. Davis, her time to shine. Three-pointer is good. And Tigers getting within 2. 6:50 left to go here in this first quarter. Midland passing around, just easy bucket down low. Are the Warriors there? No one even down low to guard Wingert there. A couple of defenders there in the short corner. Wingert almost just snuck around out back. Another opportunity for Midland. Haley Heights power dribbles, puts one up, a little too strong. And the Warriors will get it. They are sprinting right out after they get this ball here. And the decision will be back into the hands of the Warriors. Doane's last game that they had here at the Haddock Center faced a Jamestown team that went into double overtime. At that point, they rallied behind by 20 points, a valiant effort, but ended up being a 90-81 loss there to Jamestown. Tigers have been off for quite a while there. They should have their legs underneath them. I can't say the same for the men, though. They are going to play their 4th game in about 8 days. Davis down low, short corner, looks over to Roth, 10 on the shot clock. Roth, she'll look, fire, and it's good. Sydney Roth for 3.
Sid Roth, 3.
Quick pass around by Midland, three-pointer on the way. The answer back won't be good. Tigers with a chance to tie things up or potentially take the lead here with a three-point basket. Davis over to Null on the right-hand side. Passing, throwing it on into Heights, but she's going to get a foul called. That's going to be Midland getting a foul called there on the inbounds pass.
Midland foul on 35, Katie Gaffney.
And that's going to be Gaffney's first foul. That's the first foul of our game here so far. Midland going to sub 3 girls in at this moment. Ashley Teton going to pass things in. A little bit of an unusual setup here. 3 Tigers on the left-hand side there, all splitting on out to various places. Teton have a little bit of trouble getting it in. Eventually gets it on in there. Roth, inerrant pass, trying to get it to Teton, won't get it to go. Look for her at the charity stripe. Way open opportunities for Midland here. No Tigers even around, and there's going to be a bucket and one more coming for Midland. Right off the pass or the three-pointer on the right-hand side, there wasn't even a Tiger within 5 to 10 feet of her. She had all the time in the world to get squared up and fire.
One shot for number 2, Kenneth Sullivan.
Sullivan, she'll take her first shot, and that's up and good. Midland clinging to a 13-9 lead here. 5:07 left to go in this first quarter of action. Pretty tightly contested game here early on. Davis will get it off the rope. She's got Heights down low. She won't even spend her time dribbling. She'll just put it up with her left hand, and that's good. Sometimes the best policy to keep it simple down low, and that's exactly what Heights does there. Davis will be called there for the foul. A little bit too physical, and that's going to be the second Doane foul of the evening. Again, the girls' rules are a little bit different here in NAIA basketball. Girls' rules, once you get to 5 fouls in a quarter, that does prompt a double bonus situation. With the men, since they are split up in halves, it gets to 7. That's when it becomes a 1-on-1 situation, and 10 is a double bonus. Battered around, Heights will control it. She has a couple of Warriors on her. If Tigers burst on out, they can get something rolling. Warriors get back in time. Heights gives it off to Davis for 3. That's just a bit short. And the Warriors will sprint on with it the other way. Quick moving is Midland here. 3-point on the left-hand side. Off the mark, no good. Heights will secure it again. Good couple of defensive possessions there by the Tigers. Roth off to Davis, left-hand side, giving it to Null at the top of the key. Guards exchanging it. Down into Heights. She won't even mess around with the dribble again. That one a little bit too strong. Doan averaging 77.5 points per game. They are allowing 79 points per game. Not the statistic, the ratio you're looking to see there, as that is reflective on the Tigers' record this year. Bucket up and in for Olivia Null. We have a tied up game here, 13 apiece. 3:36 left to go. Midland, long range missile, and it doesn't even touch the rim there. Good lordy, that was almost on the out of bounds line. That was Shepard. Davis gives back to Teton. Teton with a long two, excuse me, there. Didn't even touch rim, and that's back for Midland. They'll exchange it quickly. Shepard thought about it again. She has the hot hand, and instead gives it off to a teammate. I'm not sure they're going to call that out. They'll finally give it to the Tigers. Into the game now is going to be Reagan Nicholas. She'll replace Haley Heights for now. Looks like Taylor Perry is going to come in for the Tigers as well. She'll replace Sydney Roth. All-time series-wise, Midland leads this series between the Tigers 50-43, so a pretty close series record there, with Midland just stringing it out with 7 wins. A little bit of history is the Warriors have won. They won the first 20 meetings all time in the two programs' histories. Perry will pass it on in here. They're exchanging kind of like a box setup. Not like the one that we saw earlier with 3 Tigers on a wing and then it's kind of separating themselves out. Davis down low for the easy layup and 2. Tigers keeping it close here. 16-15, 2:33 left to go. And no, we'll get called in the foul there. That was on Shepard. Shepard's bringing it on up. Just a little bit too much action there from the Tigers. Midland passing and exchanging. Shepard looked at the 3. She'll drive in, and that's an easy layup on her end. A good setup by the poster as she kind of blocked everybody else in, so no one could even come and take a step in front of her. Nash has a smart heads-up play there. Ball loose on the floor. That's going to be a jump ball situation, and that will be in the hands of the Warriors as 3 new Warriors come into the game now. That's also going to be Sydney Roth for the Tigers exchanging Madison Davis. 18-15, 2:08 left to go. Midland getting things started off. Null's applied some pretty good pressure here early on. Winger, she'll take a 3, and that's good again. She has had a hot hand here in the first half. Weave action here. They give it off to Roth. Roth gives it off to Teton. Short jumper on the way. No rim action there. And here come the Warriors again. A good setup there by the Tigers, just exchanging between the guards. A little bit of a weave action. Won't give it off to the third party and gives it a short jumper. Teton just can't finish it off as Nicholas gains a defensive rebound. Perry will push the ball up here for the Tigers. Loses it just for a second, but eventually gives it off to Olivia Null. Again, they'll run this weave action. Perry gets herself into a little bit of trouble. Wisely gives it off to Olivia Null. 10 on the shot clock. Got to make something out of it. Roth, corner, not a place here to make a lot of profit. Nicholas, down low, 4-3. She's got to put something up. That should have been an initial travel, but they don't call it. Null, she'll kind of tort herself around. And eventually they'll call Ashley Teton for the foul. Can't say the Tigers didn't have opportunities there. They had about 2 or 3. Couldn't get it quite to go into the hoop there. All applying that same pressure on Wingert. She's had 3 3-pointers here early on. Need to limit. At least don't get one more here heading into the second quarter. Maylin, short jumper on the way, no good. Wingert right there, swooping on in to get the offensive rebound. We'll give her teammate another shot at it, and she'll take advantage of it. 24-15 here. Tigers can get one more possession. If Midland forces it, they can get a lot of time left for one more of their own. Roth will finally move on up. Jump ball situation will stay in the hands of the Tigers.
Turning for down number 3, Madison Davis.
31 seconds left. Midland enjoying a little bit of a nice run here leading into the second quarter. 8-0 run provided by the Warriors over the last 2 minutes. Pretty close contest here until those last couple of minutes here. Tigers need to pull themselves in a little bit closer. Heights down low. Throws her body through, a little bit too tough with that left hand here. Warriors with 15 seconds to make something of it. And a little bit of a shuffling of the feet there. We'll give the ball back to the Tigers. Tigers with 11 seconds left here. Like to get something going to the rim here. Either draw a foul or get a bucket. Kick out 3 would be nice as well. Jansky will pass it in to Perry, and she gets things rolling here for the Tigers. 6-5, Perry's got to do something with it. Heights, she'll get it to her, and then the pass out of bounds. She thought she had Davis all the way in the corner, and Tigers wasting possessions here as the Warriors will have the last 2 seconds. Doan will go ahead and apply a little bit of pressure, not get anything easy, and the Warriors will just string it out. Midland 24, Doan 15. After our first quarter of action, stick with us. We'll have our second quarter here in just a bit. Second quarter here, Midland will control the ball after our first quarter of action. Midland, for the game right now, your leading scorer is Peyton Wingert. She has 11 points for Doan. Your 2 leading scorers tied at the moment, Davis and Null. Excuse me, both have 5 points. Rose will control, get off to Davis here, giving it back to Null up top. Plenty of time for the Tigers to get anything rolling here. 20 seconds on the shot clock. Davis back to Null. Not a lot of movement here by the Tigers. Got to get everybody moving in a different place at one time. Makes it a little bit too easy on the defense. Roth tries to drive in, and she'll get it swatted away. Here come the Warriors the other way. Euro step action from Midland. A little bit too strong on that attempt there. Roth controlling it. 3-on-3 here. Back the other way. Tipped around, back in the hands of the Warriors. Tigers not controlling the ball here once they get the opportunities. Wingert, again, 3-pointer on the way. She'll bury it. And she is quickly up to 14 points here tonight. Coach Baumgartner's seen enough. Needs to get some more action on the defensive end. Midland 27, Doane 15. We'll take a quick break. .8:45 left to go here in our second quarter. Davis controlling the ball for the Tiger offense here. Tigers setting to play up off the get-go. They almost had an elevator screen set up there. No push-off called. Roth with throwing up, though. No good. A good setup by the Tigers there. A little bit of an elevator screen sending Roth off to the right side. Just can't get any points to come out of it. Another three-point attempt by Midland there off the mark. Guess who's there to get the rebound? Winger, and she'll go to line to shoot 2 more. She is everywhere on the court tonight when you need her. That'll be Davis. That's her second foul. Don't want to get her into too much foul trouble. She is an absolute menace on the defensive end. Shot up, shot is no good by Winger. Shot up, and that one's no good. That's a rare opportunity that you'll get that Winger misses both of those shots, as she's been torching the nets here early on. Davis dribbles all the way down to that right-hand short corner. She'll give it to Null. Null in rhythm, takes a 3 off the back iron, no good. Teton tried to gather the rebound, but she was a little bit out of place. Winger coming on up. Thought she was going to pull up just for a quick second to take that 3. She had the Tigers reeling back, but she'll wisely pass it off. Davis controlling here for the offense. Null barely gets on away. That one's a risky pass. Roth for a 3 on the way, no good. Tiger offense going only 1 or 2 passes and taking a shot. You'd like to see them get it whipped around, get an easy lay-in, and that's going to be a charge the other way. They're going to call Lexi Kraft on that offensive foul. That's only Midland's first for this second quarter. For the game here early on, points in the paint, pretty even. Exactly even, excuse me. Midland with 6, Doane with 6 as well. Points off of turnovers, Midland with 6 and Doane with just 3. Probably the biggest thing in that first quarter of action. That kind of provided a little bit of separation where the bench points, Midland had 5, Doane with just 0. Rebounds, turnovers, assists, those are all within about 2 or 3 of each other, not much separating them, as Davis is going to get an easy layup on the left-hand side. Tigers still down by 10 here, 27-17. Tigers being instructed by coaches, sprint on back on defense. Midland's just getting their offense and getting things rolling in a hurry before the Tigers can even get their own defense set up. As Kyla Miller will take over. Now it's her first entry of the game. Teton streaking to the free throw line. She'll have that tipped away by Midland. Davis swats it back the other way, but Midland will still control it. Largest lead of that first quarter was by Midland with 9. Doane just had that lone 1-point lead with about 20 seconds into the game. Otherwise, Midland has controlled this throughout. Holly Cones will come on in for Haley Heights. Kyla Miller gets a hand on it. Can't quite seal the way, though. And left in the corner is a Warrior for another 3-point opportunity. Off the back iron, no good. Winger with the rebound. She displaces herself in position at all times. She'll take the 3-pointer, and that's good. Winger with another 3-pointer. Man, oh man, she could have a career night tonight. Davis driving left will get into the lane and get a foul on a Warrior.
Midland foul on 25, Alexis Hawsey. First personal foul.
Hawsey being called with her first foul of the contest in here now for Midland. That's number 34, Prusa.
Number 32, Sam Shepard.
And Shepard into the game. More Warriors coming on in. That's going to be number 11, Darner. Teton setting the string, getting all open. Miller will finally pass it on in. It's off the hands of Cones, controlled finally by Davis. 15 on the shot clock now. Tigers a little bit stagnant here. Got to get people moving to the ball. Davis having trouble with it. Finally gives up the Cones. She'll take her shot at a three-pointer. That's out the front iron. No good. Olivia Nolf, athletic rebound. Swatted away. Miller, third opportunity. She gets it to go. Miller with the left-handed put back. Passing around are the Warriors. Three-point opportunity off the bat. No good. And Shepard's on the out-of-bounds line. And it'll give the ball back to the Tigers. Tigers upcoming have a couple of contests here right in a row. They've got to get their legs on them, and they as on the 5th, they will take on Dort, turn right back around, face Dakota Wesleyan on the 6th, and then on the 9th, we'll provide action here from Haddock Center against Hastings on the Doane Sports Network. So the Tigers have a couple of contests coming up, and any game in the G-Pack, you are going to be exhausted. So Tigers would like to get a couple of wins here in the next couple of 4, as Cones will put one up, and she'll get 2 shots upcoming. Head fake, tried to go to the rim there, and a little bit too much action pushing out for the Warriors there. Cones couldn't really turn the corner, but she'll get 2 opportunities from the free throw line. Shot out by Cones is good. Second shot of the way is also good. Doane cutting into that lead now, just a 9-point lead, 30-21, 5:28 left to go. In-state rivalry, Midland and Doane. Midland out of Fremont, Doane here in Crete, not too far separated from each other. Short jumper on the way, 15-footer is good. Miller getting things across the timeline here, finally gives it off to Davis. Davis had Teton for a short moment, gives it off, a wide open shot from Miller. That's a good three-pointer by Kyla Miller. Good look there, wide open three-pointer. Those are the ones that you love to take and see if you're Coach Bumgarner for the Tigers. Tip around there by Davis, getting her hands in the way. Kick out 3 for Midland to answer right on back, and they do. Darner answers right on back. Couple of good possessions here by both teams. No, tips it, finally gets it under her control. Cones will get off the Teton. She'll drive left-handed, put it on up, and she'll go to the line to shoot 2. For Doane, and early on in this season, Haley Heights is leading all your players for Doane with 15.5 points per game, and she's shooting 95% from the free throw line. That is not a statistic that you see at any level, D1, D3, NAIA. That is tough to come by. Shot up by Teton, and that's no good. 95%, that's only a couple of misses throughout the whole season. And that one is good by Teton. Usually you'll see for, a free throw shooter, you like to see that 70, 75. That's a really good shooter, in my opinion, but 95, that is absolutely unheard of. As a three-point attempt there by Midland, no good. Tigers have it back, still down by 10, need to start crunching down into that lead, and Midland almost had another opportunity for them to extend it. Teton trying to lob it on into Cones, and that was read all the way there by Sullivan, and there's going to be another opportunity for Midland to come up with 2 of their own. Sullivan read that one right from the beginning once they threw the ball in the air, and she takes that turnover the other way. That'll send Emma Shepard to the line to shoot 2. Shot up, shot good by Shepard. Second shot off the back iron, no good. Teton will control the rebound. Miller on the right-hand side. Tigers setting something up here. Roth in the corner. Gives it off to Teton at the 15-foot line. She kind of jab on back, throw one up off the mark, and it finally rolls on in. Ashley Teton will get another opportunity for a three-point play. Fading away, that was a tough shot there by Ashley Teton. Hit off that far rim and finally bounced on in. One more upcoming. Bunch of exchanges there by Midland. And Teton lining up to shoot one more. Shot up, shot good by Teton. Just an 8-point advantage here for the Midland Warriors, which has been a game pretty much controlled this whole time, which seems by Midland. Doane just kind of very slowly taking bites into this lead, and you have got to get a hand on number 4 there in the Midland jersey, Winger, and they do. And there's another opportunity for the Tigers to get on in this lead. Davis will take her in all the way, a little bit too strong there for Davis. A good opportunity for her, and she just gets a foul right off the bat. Not something you want to see there by Madison Davis, as that's going to be her 3rd personal foul, and she's going to have to go take a seat on the bench for probably at least the rest of this half. A little bit of a frustration foul there by Davis. She would love to get that layup to go in, and that would have been just a 6-point advantage for Midland at that time. Kind of a momentum swing, and that didn't go in quite the way that she thought it would. Ball fake, takes a shot herself, and Haley Heights will control it. Miller at the top of the key, switches on over quickly. Spin, move on in, and they're going to call a travel before that, though. Just kind of extended that the last second. That would have been a good move by Kyla, but the spin move a little bit too much at the time. Midland coming back on their offensive end. They've got people in the corner. Again, there's Winger, 3-pointer on the way. Off the back iron, no good. Thrown to the ground almost there. Tough box out by the Tigers. Threes galore for the Warriors, no good. Roth will control it there. For the game so far, Midland shot 23 threes, shooting 35%, but that is an amazing number nonetheless that they put up that amount of shots. Doane has just put up 9 3-pointers for the game. Teton to Roth, 10 on the shot clock. Roth driving left. She goes into about 3 Warriors there, and they'll call the foul on her. Basketball's a numbers game. He goes right into a group of 3 Warriors. Not a lot of success usually, but she'll get to the line to shoot 2 free ones.
Number 10, Lexi Kraft, 2 shots. Number 44, Sydney Rose. In for Doane, 22, Kate Yansky.
Roth, her shot up on the way, no good. Second one upcoming. Any point you can get at this point is huge. Shot up is good. Midland still leading here, 36-29, 2:21 left to go here in our second quarter of action here from Haddock Center. Thanks for sticking with us here on the Doane Sports Network. Ball fake up and in. That one rattles on out, but there's going to be 2 upcoming for Midland. Good ball fake into Doane defender in the air.
Personal foul, 4th team foul. 2 shots for number 35, Katie Gapschi.
Gapschi's first one on the way is good. Coming back in for the shooter, that's going to be McKenna Sullivan. Now to exchange Shepard. Perry calling out the play here for the Tigers as they get things rolling on. Down low, they give it to Heights. Heights kind of whips herself around. She'll get a second chance at it. And we'll tip it on out. And here go the Warriors. Under 2 minutes we go. Warriors quickly passing up top. 3-point on the way. Buried. Ozzie buries one from up top and extends that lead. And again, here she goes on the defensive end. She's got it. They will not call that over and back as she was separated on both halves there. And there's another shot coming for Midland. 2 free throws upcoming. with a chance for them to extend this lead to 14.
Two shots for number 2, McKenna Sullivan.
Shot up, shot good there by Sullivan. One more coming. And that shot is up by Sullivan. Teton coming on in for the Tigers now. A little bit of a discussion going on there by Doan's head coach and the ref there. They thought that was going to be over and back. That was a fairly close play there. Ultimately going in the way of the Warriors as much as this game has gone. Null, right-hand side, give it off to Jansky. Tipped around by Sullivan. Finally grabbed it by the Tigers here. 1:25 left to go. Tigers like to see a little bit of a run here going into halftime. Gets momentum in this game. Jansky, three-pointer on the way. That's good. That'll add some fire to it as Kate Jansky gets a 3 to roll in. 11-point advantage here for the Warriors. And quickly they do get into the offensive set. Three-pointer on the way from Midland. No good. No answer there. Here comes Null. Null along that left-hand side waiting for some of her teammates to get on down with her. Teton to Jansky. Moving around, there's going to be Null, and she's going to get lucky to get fouled there as that pass could have ended up in the Warriors heading straight line for a layup.
Second personal foul, 2 shots for number 20, Olivia.
And we're both at that 5 foul situation, so there will be a double bonus for both teams here in this last 52 seconds. Shot up on the way, no good by Null. As the second one falls on in. And we're at a 10-point game now. Tigers going to apply just a little bit of pressure here to slow things down on the offensive end for Midland as they get an opportunity to get their defense set up before Midland can even get down there. A sight they haven't seen too much in this game early on. Three-pointer from the corner on the way, no good. Rebound gathered by Sullivan, and she'll go on up for 2 more.
Foul on 22. Kate Jansky's second personal foul.
Sullivan, the senior out of Lincoln, will get 2 more coming. Her shot up and good. She's made most of hers tonight. That one off the mark, no good. Almost a jinx from me on that. Null, left-hand side, she'll push it up for the Tigers here, trying to get things rolling. Null, giving off the Roth on into Heights. 1, 2, 3, it goes. And that's a quick opportunity for the Tigers to get 2.
Midland fouls on number 35, Katie Gapsey's second personal foul. 2 shots for number 43, Haley Heights.
Shot on the way from Haley Heights, and that's a rare miss from her from the free throw line. Got to get 1 more here. And she'll gather herself and get that one. Shot clock is off here. Midland with an opportunity to take the last shot of this second quarter and take things into halftime with a pretty hefty lead here in the sheet pack contest here today. One girl you like to see not take the shot if you're a Doan fan here, and that's number 4, Winger. Got to have a girl on her at all times. 7, 6, goes the clock. They're trying to get things rolling here. Wide open, 3-point opportunity at the top of the key, no good. And that will be your halftime score. Midland 44, Doan 34, 10-point advantage for the Warriors. We'll pass along some halftime stats as soon as we get them. Stick with us. You're listening to the Doan Sports Network. Midland 44, Doane 34 here at our halftime. Your leading scorer for Midland, that's going to be Peyton Wingert. She's having herself quite a night from the three-point line and all around the court here, as she has 17 points for the half. Alexis Hossie tacking on in 8 for the moment. For Doane, your leading scorer is going to be Madison Davis with 7, followed behind with Olivia Nall with 6. For the game, right now, your field goal percentage for Midland is at 35, and Doane's going to stick there right with them at 35 themselves. From the three-point line, Midland is shooting 33%. Doane is shooting an impressive 50% with their opportunities. Again, Midland has taken so many opportunities there. They're shooting 27 times from the three-point line. Doane only with 10 attempts so far. From the free throw line, Midland shooting 63%, and Doane's going to do the same right there with 63. Those are kind of some interesting numbers. We usually don't have that. Points in the paint here for Doane in this game is doubled up. Doane actually leading that category 12-6, and points off of turnovers, Midland's going to lead that 15-5. So what a game it's been so far. Midland controlling most of this game, but it is very close. And any GPAC game you have here, but there's a 10-point advantage here for Midland. So we'll have about 15 minutes left to go here in our halftime before we get things rolling on for the rest of our game. Stick with us. You're listening to the Doane Sports Network. as we're ready to get things started here in the third quarter. Doane basketball to start things off. Davis over on the right-hand side, giving it off to Roth. Roth will give it to Teton. She'll have a wide open opportunity, and she'll bury it. Teton to get things started off for the ladies. Midland making their way up after kind of a little lollipop pass there. Doane had an opportunity to go in and steal it. That's going to be a foul, though. And I believe that's going to be on Haley Heights. That's only her second, so in the clear so far, but Midland will get 2 opportunities from the free throw line. Shot up, shot good there. One more upcoming. And that second one is good as well. Davis bringing it up across the timeline here. She's been pretty quiet on the offensive end, as that's going to be a steal away by Midland. Taking it in herself, right-handed layup. That's going to be a little too strong, no good. Good pressure there by Doane. Not to give Midland a free ride. Davis looking in for Haley Heights, will try and get her a better angle, dribbling on down. Then they finally get it on into her off the right-hand side, no good. A little bit of a tough angle, a little bit too strong off the backboard is Haley. Three-pointer on the way, and that's good. Wingert, she's up to 20 points here in this contest. Not sure of her career high, but she has got to be on pace to break that here tonight. Davis takes a couple dribbles over, she'll give it to Teton. Teton tries to drive left, won't get anything rolling. 12 on the shot clock. Roth, top of the key, backs things out. She'll get a screen by Haley Heights, but will deny it. And there's going to be a block on number 35, Katie Gathje.
Midland fouls on number 35, Katie Gathje, third personal foul. First team foul of the quarter on the Warriors.
Ball into Haley Heights. She'll take a power dribble up. Miss that shot. Try and gather it in herself. Won't get it to go. Midland the other way. Up top, finally getting off. Looked at a long-range three-pointer there. That was going to be Hawsey, but she won't take it. Quick ball movement by Midland. A little bit of a underhand throw there. Finally gets it off. Three-pointer is good. Midland extends their lead here, 52-36. Only 2 minutes into play here in this third quarter, and they've started to blow up open an 8-0 run over the last minute and a half. Null gives it to Roth on top of the key. She'll finally get it back into Haley Heights. She's had about 3 opportunities, and she finally gets that one to go. Smooth move down low by Haley. Midland flirting with over and back there as they finally get it on over. Top of the key goes Midland. They try and throw one up, no good. Teton giving off to Davis. Guards exchanging themselves all the way through. Null in the corner. Teton gets a foul called on her, and that's going to be on the floor at the moment. 7:22 left to go here in our third quarter. And Midland starting to pull away from things. Teton on the out-of-bounds play here. Guards exchanging themselves. Null will take it. She'll throw it up with her left hand. That's good. Olivia Null for 2. Reminder, after our girls contest here tonight, we do have the men's coming up here. As Midland goes on in, there's going to be 2 extra shots. Approximately 8 o'clock is when the men will start off things here tonight, as Doane men are still looking to get their first win of the season in GPAC play. Shut up on the way is good. Solvern puts another one up, and that is good. Davis dribbling on down. She's going to be guarded up top by a couple of Warriors. Got to get it off. She finally does. Finds a wide open Roth for a three-pointer. That's good. Sydney Roth for 3. A little bit surprised there by Midland coming out and trying to trap the guards there by Doane. That's just an easy bucket if you find the wide open teammate at the time, and which Doan does for the moment being. Let's see if Midland does on this next possession. And they're going to give that one back to Midland. Oh my. I'm not quite sure about that one. The refs are going to start discussing that one, and I'm not too confident they're going to give this to the Warriors. A little bit of discussion there, but that looked like a Midland player went out of bounds with it, trying to almost save it, and was on the line. They might have said that the ball had already hit the out of bounds line before she tried to save it. That's the only scenario that I can come up with in my mind why they'd give it back to Midland. But if there's one thing you know about basketball, the ball doesn't lie, and the Tigers will get it on back. Teton drives in right-handed, no good. Davis there to put it back up, and it's in hands of the Warriors. So both possessions flush. We're back even, and the Warriors will put one up. Midland saving the basketball here. 20 on the shot clock. Three-pointer from top of the key. Front of the rim, no good. It will go out of bounds. Sub in for Midland here is going to be 32. That's going to be Sam Shepard. A couple of Shepard sisters, or maybe cousins, on the court here tonight for the Warriors. Tigers getting things set up here, and what's kind of a weird environment here tonight from the Haddock Center. Pretty dead energy. Not a lot of fans again with the COVID-19 pandemic, but just a pretty quiet atmosphere as Haley Heights will try to spark some light up there. She does with 2 points. Tigers feeling it a little bit now. Sullivan driving left, spinning out. She'll give it off to a teammate here. Tigers, good layup so far. Shepard driving left, giving it off to a teammate here. Doan pretty stagnant in their defense so far, but just let Shepard weasel her way on in and scoop one up for 2. That trend that was going, Midland had been 0-4 their last 4 field goals, and they break that curse there with Shepard's scoop and score there. Miller driving right. She'll try and put up a jumper, but they're going to call 3 seconds. I believe that's on Haley Heights. That's the first time we've seen that here in the Haddock Center this year, a 3-second call. So I'm going to go ahead and pick up some of the Warriors across the half-court line as Midland makes her way over. Weaving in and out here from the offense. They're going to go and take the opportunity for Midland. 3-pointer on the way, no good. Teton will gather the rebound and give it off to Roth. Tigers moving. Roth, top of the key, gives it to Heights. Heights quickly goes to work. One dribble, up and in for Haley Heights. One more coming to complete the 3-point play. Tigers always just kind of sticking around that 10-point, 9-point lead here for Midland. Haven't really gotten any further down from that. Heights puts one up, that's good. If anything, you like the position you're in right now. If you can kind of keep that within that 8 or 9 point section there before going into that fourth quarter, you got to feel good, pretty good about things. Midland 56, Doan 48. Midland will take a timeout. We'll take it right with them. Warriors passing on in here. Teton guarding. Number 4, Wingert here. Wingert, again, on pace to have kind of a career night. 20 points already for her tonight. And that's come, a big chunk of it's come from the 3-point line. Wingert going to pass out to Shepard. Shepard looked, lined things up like she was going to take a shot. She'll give it off. 3-pointer on the way. Again by another Shepard. That's Sam Shepard. Got to get myself squared away on the Shepherds here tonight. Sam will pass it on in. That's McKenna Sullivan. She'll take it on in. Euro step a little bit away around that, and there's an easy layup for her. 10-point advantage here for Midland. They've had that pretty much the whole game. From halfway through that first quarter, they've kept that 10-point lead throughout the whole game. That's a pass inside, a risky one by Roth. Tried to get in Heights, just not the right angle. Layup opportunity there for Midland, and she'll get it right on back. That's going to be Sam Shepard going to line to shoot too. Got her own rebound off the first attempt, kind of padding her own stats there a little bit. Madison Davis going to come into the game now, and that's going to be replacing Sydney Roth.
Free throws for number 32, Sam Shepard.
Sam's first attempt no good. And that second one will go on in. Midland extends that lead just ever so slightly to 11. Miller over to Davis. She's going to try to get a better angle to get it on the Heights, and she does. She's right there at the rim, and one more coming for Haley Heights. That's going to be the key to the game. Haley Heights is getting herself in great position down low. She's just got to either take one dribble or she can just go right up on in it. And she's done that about 2 or 3 times here tonight. And she's going to have another opportunity to make this a 3-point play. Eight-point advantage here for Midland as Haley Heights gets that one to go. Need a defensive stop here for the Tigers. Shepard, she'll just try and go and nail that right off the bat. And there's going to be another offensive foul here for Midland. Opportunities, and that's going to be costly here at the end if they can't get those stopped. Heights will finally get off to Miller. Tigers got lucky in that possession. That winger didn't bury that three at the top of the key. Miller gives it off to Null here. Null driving left. She'll put it up off the glass, and that's in. Olivia Null with 2 more, 1 more coming. And she could get this to a 5-point advantage for Midland. They're chipping away here, getting defensive stops, turning them into points on the offensive end.
One shot for Olivia Null. In for Midland, number 10, Lexi Kraft, 25. Lexus Hawsey.
The Shepherds go on out for Midland. A couple exchanges. Looks like you're pretty darn close back to your original starting lineup for Midland. Shot up, shot good, and we have a 5-point game here from the Haddock Center. Doan enjoying themselves a nice little run over the last 30 seconds, a 6-0 run. 2 3-point play attempts there, and Olivia Null's gonna get called the foul there. That will not be an opportunity for Midland to get 2 more. They will just go at the inbounds play here. Setting things up, wheeling up through. If they would have just held on for a little bit more, they had a Midland teammate going right down the middle, and that's going to just be a turnaround, kind of dump off and a turnover in the hands of the Tigers. Miller, she'll try to hesitate, kind of go right to the rim, and that's going to be out of bounds. A tip and a block there by 11 Darner, and the Tigers will get it out of bounds. 2:50 left to go in this third quarter. Haley Heights down low, tough angle. She'll get another shot at it, won't get it to go. And that's gonna be a tip around. Warriors trying to do something with it, and they finally get it across. As that one went all the way around. 3-point attempt on the way. That one's no good. It was lined up very nicely as Null. She's getting knocked around here in the last couple of possessions. Will fall to the floor, and she'll go to line to shoot double bonus. 5 fouls for Midland. Doan will send Midland to the line to shoot a double bonus situation here with their next upcoming foul.
2 shots for number 20, Olivia Null.
5-point advantage here for Midland. Doan's kind of chipped away at this here at the last couple of possessions. If you're just joining us, Haley Heights had a 3-point attempt, and then Olivia Null had one as well, a bucket and 1 more, and she's going to have 2 here. That shot is up and good. Shot won't go on in, but Doan within 4 here with plenty of time to make up some work. Midland being patient here on the offensive end. Sullivan going to give it on in, and that's an easy layup there. No help defense, and that's going to be Wingert for an easy layup. All she was doing was just post it on in there, no backside help. If that one defender kind of blows on through, kind of makes a mistake, there's no one there to even save her. Haley Heights, she'll kind of drive herself on in there, put it up, no good. Another turnover in the hands of the Tigers. Got to make something out of it. Davis, she'll go up on and strong, and she's got 2 more coming. 4-point game again. Wingert on the right-hand side will slow things up, give it off to teammate Sullivan. Heights staying grounded. And no, just a little bit too short there. Won't get it to roll. Again, that's just kind of an inbounds play. 50-50 ball, and size kind of came in, and height kind of came into that situation there, and that was just an advantage for Midland. Have to try and time up that a little bit better if you're in all there, as Roth's going to be fouled on the jumper.
Midland foul, number 4, Peyton Wade, personal foul. And for the Tigers, number 12, Reagan Nicholas, 2 shots for number 44, Sydney Rowe.
Rowe's first shot, no good. Tigers not getting those opportunities from the free throw line right now. They're shooting 69%. Second one is good. Both teams shooting pretty well here from the free throw line. As of lately, Midland with 71%, Doane with 67% for the time being. Both teams knocking them down pretty regularly, but you'd like to see Doane get those opportunities here, pull in even closer than they were before. Wingert strings it on over to Midland. It looked like that was trying to go to number 25, Hazy, but a little bit too tall. Tigers with a golden opportunity here to get it within 2 or 3, depending on their shot. Roth to Davis on that right-hand side. Davis back to Roth, exchanging it. She'll get it to Kate Jansky. Jansky has it all wide open in the corner. She'll take the 3-pointer. Won't get it to go. Nicholas gets the offensive rebound. 50 seconds left to go in this third quarter. Nicholas going to be doubled down low. Nall with it. Back and forth they go, and that's going to be kind of hitting a brick wall there. And Midland will have the ball now. Shot clock still on. Midland's going to get a shot off here with about 10 seconds left if they so choose to. And there's going to be foul down low. Jansky's going to be the victim there. And 2 upcoming for Midland.
2 shots for Prussia.
Prussia, the first one's good. Second one won't go on in. About a 2-second differential between shot clock and game clock at this point, so Tigers can pretty much take the last shot of this third quarter if they so choose to. Coach Baumgartner not going to slow down his offense, and he just wants to get a shot off. Nall going into the basket hard, and a lucky spin on in for 2. 4-point game here, Midland. Going to try and string one more possession together to get this to a 6-point game. 4, 3, Sullivan trying to make things do with it, and she takes a layup on in, and it won't go on in. Lucky bounce for the Tigers, and we've got a game here from the Haddock Center. Midland 64, Doane 60. We'll be right back for the fourth quarter. Fourth quarter here from the Haddock Center. Midland clinging to the 4-point lead. In for a good one here. And Crete. Midland still with the ball here. 20 seconds on the shot clock. Trying to get some momentum here as they had an opportunity at the end. McKenna Sullivan missed a layup there, but Midland will get another opportunity. Short jumper, 15-footer on the way. That's good. Third quarter stats here being brought to us. And Midland, their leading scorer is Peyton Wingert. She's having a terrific night, 22 points for her, followed by Hawsey with 10 and Sullivan with 10 respectively. Tigers, Null with a 3 on the way, no good. Tigers for your third quarter, your leading scorer for the game right now is Olivia Null with 14 and Haley Heights with 13. Those two combined have a major part of that damage on the offensive end for Doane. 3-point on the way from Midland, and they are answering in a hurry as they have got this lead up to 9 points. 69-60, 9 minutes left to go in our game here today. Heights down low, she'll go in with her left hand, and that one just falls out. She's had a lot of those rim in and out at the last second. Winger, 3-point on the way, no good. Offensive rebound will be guarded by Sullivan, and that's going to be passed around into the hands of the Warriors again. Points off of turnovers. Again, that one's going to come up to bite the Tigers here today. Midland with 19 points off of the Doane turnovers. Doane just with 7. Points in the paint, though. Haley Heights, you have seen that kind of lately come on. She has Doane has 28 compared to Midland's 14, so that's one category the Tigers are leading here tonight. Sullivan at the charity strike, she'll get it on in. Exchange back in, and now she'll get that opportunity to get back to the free throw line. And what a quick turn of events. They're coming out of that third quarter break. Just a 4-point advantage for Midland, and this could turn into 11 points if she can knock both of these free throws down. She will knock the first one through. 10-point advantage for Midland. Shot up, shot good. Doane's got to get something going here on the offensive end. You'd like to see a couple of ball movements here, get a kick out 3, get something to rim. Don't settle here early on in this fourth quarter, and that's going to be tipped around. Holly Cones will finally control it. Gives it wisely off to Madison Davis. Davis, short corner, gives it to Cones. She's guarded heavily, 13 on the shot clock. Null, corner, back to Roth, 8, 7. She'll try and throw one up wildly. She had Holly Cones on the short corner. Would have been a better option, and that's going to lead to a Midland layup. Midland comes out of the fourth quarter and absolutely takes the energy out of this place. Midland 73, Doane 60. 8 minutes left to go. We'll take a break. Eight minutes even here to go in the fourth quarter. Midland clinging to a 13-point advantage. Pretty hefty one here in the fourth quarter as they just had it. Doane had it under 4 just a little bit ago. Miller, she'll try and get it on through, and that's now just an 11-point advantage. Good shot by Kylo. Midland getting it on across now, across the timeline. They slowly make their way across that Tiger logo. Short screen on the way. That is toes behind the 3-point line, but Teton will gather it. No go there. Plenty of time for the Tigers to string something together, but it has to be consistently done. Teton drives it on in. She'll get that one to not fall through, but Holly Cones is right there to gather the rebound. They had Olivia Null in the corner. She was trying to yell for Teton to get her attention. And Teton's first two shots there are not going to be good. Hallie Cones falls to the ground. She'll be charged with a foul there. I like to see those opportunities where you have open teammates, get them there, get your eyes up, get them the ball, but Tigers fall short on that possession. Midland, with all those three-point attempts they've had today, it's 38 three-point attempts that they've had. Not shooting it particularly well, 32%, not bad, not great though. Doane shooting 43%, but they've only had 14 attempts. There's another attempt by Midland, and that'll up the percentages there. Again, you just kind of see this Midland team, they've just put up more shots over time, 65 field goal attempts compared to Doane's 56, and that's, if you're putting up more shots, you're getting more points eventually on any given night. Miller, step back jumper, no good. Into the hands of the Warriors. 14-point advantage right now sitting for Midland, and they are starting to pull things away. A good extra pass to Sullivan. She'll take the three-pointer, and a high arcing three-pointer goes on through. No, her feet didn't even leave the floor. A little bit of an awkward shot, but she gets it to roll through. And they have definitely blown this lead up here tonight. There's going to be a foul on Midland, but they have a 17-point advantage with 6:02 left to go. Tigers get the ball out of bounds here. They'll set up in that box, set up, get a screen coming the other way for a couple of players. Miller, I was open for a quick second. They'll finally get off the tee, and she'll take the short jumper. That's off the front of the rim, no good. Haley Heights there for the rebound. Won't get the extra one to go on in. And a foul on Doane.
Doane foul number 3. Madison Davis, 4th personal foul. 13th foul.
On and 4 now for the Tigers. Their lineup right now, Davis, Miller, Teton, Heights, and Null have a wide load in front of them if they want to try and get back into this game. Checking in now for the Tigers is going to be Sydney Rill. She'll be coming on a dead ball situation. Tip down low. Initially, I think all of her teammates for Midland thought that was going to be a jumper just put up, but eventually it just ended up being a kind of a dump down pass. So nothing coming there.
For Midland, 23, Emma Shepard.
Emma Shepard now into the game, as well as number 11. That's going to be Kennedy Darner. Miller across the timeline here, giving off to Olivia Null. Heights getting her position down low. She'll turn around, get it off the backboard. That's good for 2. Haley's been in position all night down low, and she has had her fair share of opportunities and taken advantage of them. Sullivan driving left. She'll stop, give to Shepard. Three-pointer on the way. Off the back iron, no good. A fight for the rebound. There's going to be Miller left wide alone for the easy layup the other way, and there's 2. Those are opportunities you need here in this game if you want to get back in it. Couple of breaks going the Tigers' way here so far. Sullivan getting the handoff, gets it right on back. Sullivan, head fake, kick, three-pointer on the way, no good. Teton with it to Miller. Midland 79, Doane 66, 4:35 left to go here tonight. Teton looks at the basket, will drive on by to the right, and that's going to be tipped out of bounds by Midland. Into the game now, back is Madison Davis. She'll give Olivia Null a little bit of a rest. Teton gives it off to Kyla Miller. Miller will dump it on in to Haley Heights. Heights will kind of shuffle her way down low, and there's going to be a hand on the back there, a little bit of a push by Midland. Foul situation here in our 4th quarter. Doane with 3 fouls, Midland just with 2, so we're not really too close to that 5-foul advantage for either team. Teaton will finally give it off to Miller. Miller will drive right on by Sullivan. She'll put up the short floater, won't get it to go. Miller gathers her own rebound, puts it on up, and there's two. Doan with an 11. Sullivan making quick work. She'll get right into the heart of that Doan defense. Kick out, three on the way. Back iron, no good. Tipped around outside. McKenna Sullivan wisely kicked it on out for Midland, and she's going to turn that tip out into points. That bucket went on in, and there's going to be an opportunity for a three-point play coming up.
Team foul number 4, one shot for number 2, McKenna Sullivan.
Shot up and away, no good. Haley Heights will control that rebound. Tigers starting to show a little bit of fatigue here tonight. Midland has pressed the ball up the court pretty fair and often here in this game so far, so that has definitely been taxing. Davis, her three on the way, no good. Battle for it, and Ashley Teaton's going to be called for the foul there now. Tigers quickly have sent Midland to the line now for a double bonus situation with 5 fouls apiece.
Olivia Mellon returns for Doan. Two shots for number 2, McKenna Sullivan.
Sullivan go to line here for 2 attempts. Sullivan's first one on is buried. Second one is good as well. Midland with a pretty safe lead here at the moment as they start to get some of the subs into the game now. 83-68, under 4 minutes left to go, and they've really turned on the burners here in the fourth quarter. Coach Baumgart's going to go ahead and take a timeout, try and set up a couple plays to get back in this. We'll do the same. Stick with us. You're listening to the Doan Sports Network. Throwing out a timeout here, looking to get an offensive possession, some points here in quickly. That's going to be kick around out there by Midland, not necessarily a kick, right off her knee almost, and they'll still call it there. Doan setting things back up. They'll give it on into Roth. Exchanging there, screen down low. They'll get Teaton wide open for an easy layup. She'll kind of weave her way in and out, tipped around. No call for a foul there. Shepard trying to look down low. She'll finally get it. That was a tough angle to get things in. Exchange and a layup. That was a well set up play there, as that's going to be Sam Shepard for the layup. Midland's done that about 4 or 5 times tonight. They've got it down into the post, and what the guard does at that time is just cuts right to the basket. There's going to be Haley Heights for 2, but cuts right to the basket to get an easy layup. A couple of Doan defenders coming out to try and get that post guarded up, and then right behind him is the guard as Shepard lines herself up for a 3. That's no good. They've done the little things in this game tonight to start to pull away as they have a 15-point advantage with 2:40 left to go. Heights down low. She'll put it off with her left hand. Bounces it on in to go for 2. Pretty high-scoring game here from the Haddock Center. Switching course there, Midland still with it. Shepard, both Shepards up at top, now making their way down low. Emma Shepard throws it off with her left hand. She's being guarded by Haley Heights. No foul called there. Risky pass there, finally guarded and got by Teaton, and she's going to fall to the floor. Midland only with, which will be their 3rd foul for the quarter. So no shots upcoming. Tigers will have it on the out-of-bounds line.
13th foul, Kyla Miller in for Doan for Midland, number 20, Frankie Clausen.
Miller gets it on in to Null. Null throws it off with her left hand Off the mark, no good. Haley Heights kind of falling in with there, and they're going to get, no, I believe they're going to get her. They will go with the jump ball here, and Doan's going to control it there. And for the Warriors, that's going to be Asia Bryant with Kate Jansky coming in for the Tigers. Tigers setting back up in that unusual setup on that left elbow. They're having 3 Tigers stacked up. Haley Heights just down low. Let's see what they do with here. Haley Heights just kind of spins her way around, and she'll get an opportunity from the free throw line for 2 more. Just kind of spun herself a little 360 situation, get herself to the other block. Worked out to perfection there. Haley's shot is good there. That shot's good. .151 left to go here in our contest. Midland can kind of string things out and get their win here today with 11 points here. Warriors being patient here on offense, getting that shot clock all the way down to 12 before they put up a shot, and that's going to be good. That's Darner. Miller giving off to Davis on the left-hand side. She'll kind of direct traffic going through. She'll take it in herself, and before she can get even to the rim, that's going to be a foul. Davis go to the line here to shoot 2 upcoming. And we have a couple of changes here. It looks like Nicholas, Perry, and Bailey Bach into the game. But Perry's going to stay and wait for Davis to shoot her shots. Davis had one on the way, no good. And that shot will roll on through now. Taylor Perry will come on in for Madison Davis. 1:23 left to go here in our contest here today. Midland 87, Doane 75. As the Warriors are going to take this one here today as we string things out in this 4th quarter. Brian up top exchanging. Warriors kind of in a little bit of weave action there. Darner, she'll take her shot at a 3, no good. Gathered in by Nicholas. Miller still pressing on for the Tigers. Like to see that. No fight out of these Tigers on the last couple of minutes. Miller driving left. She'll get a kick out to Reagan Nicholas. Moving around the perimeter are the Tigers here. Perry whips on over. Bailey Bach made a good move, just shuffled her feet right before she made it. Tigers still pressuring here with 50 seconds left to go. Perry on the ball there. Shepard with it. She'll cross back over, put it up with the right hand there. Tough angle, no good. Reagan Nicholas off to Miller with 35 seconds. Miller will be fouled, and she'll go to line to shoot 2 here.
Midland foul on number 20, Frankie Clausen, first personal foul. 2 shots for number 21.
2 upcoming here for Kylie Miller, as that'll look like it's going to be the last possession for the Tigers, as there's going to be about a 1-second differential in shot clock and game clock. That shot's up and good by Kyla Miller. That shot off the mark, and Midland can kind of string things out here with this last possession. No fight. Still some fight left from the Tigers. They don't want to let anything easy here for the Midland Warriors as they get this win here tonight. Doane will be back in action in just a couple of days as they travel on the road to Dort, followed by Dakota West in a long road trip coming up for the ladies here. Those are both at 2 o'clock at that time. We'll be back here on the Doane Sports Network as they will take on Hastings College on the 9th, which will be a terrific matchup on paper. But Midland will take the win here today, 87-76. We'll bring along those post-game stats as soon as we get them. Stick with us. as we pass along here some post-game stats as Midland wins here tonight 87-76. For Midland, your leading scorer is Peyton Wingert with 22 points, followed behind with McKenna Sullivan tacking on 19 and Alexis Hazy with 16. For Doane, your leading scorer is Haley Heights with 21 points, followed by Olivia Knoll with 14 and Madison Davis with 10. Also on there is Kyla Miller with 12. For the game, your total field goal percentage for Midland was at 36% compared to Doane's 39%. For your three-point percentage for Midland was at 31%. Doane shot at a pretty impressive 40% from the three-point line. And for the game for free throw percentage, Midland shot 70% compared to Doane's 66%. So Midland will win the game today here 87-76 and keep things rolling on in the GPAC with only one loss. They're off to a very hot start. And we will be back here in about 20 minutes. We're going to get things rolling on for the men as they take on Midland here tonight, which should be a very good game on paper and on the court here tonight. So stick with us, take a break, and we'll be right back here in about 20 minutes. meeting, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome in to the Haddock Center here on the campus of Doane University for today's matchup between the Midland Warriors and your Doane Tigers. Doane coming into tonight's contest 3-5 on the season, 0-3 in the G-Pack, looking for their first win here against the Warriors. Midland coming into tonight's contest 2-5. They've already got their first win in the G-Pack, but they're sitting at 1-4. As we get things ready to tip off here. And Midland will go ahead and control this Midland roster. Pretty young here, as you have a couple of freshmen, a couple of sophomores here getting some playing time, along with the Tigers here. Carson Bush earning his first start of the season as a freshman. Nick Sy, a freshman, also on the court. So a lot of youth, a lot of faces upcoming in the G-Pack here on display tonight. Doane getting this shot clock all the way down to 6 early on here. Wide open three in the corner. Timeline drifting on down there. Easy opportunity for Midland back up, and that's going to be Castillo for 2. Bush will take it over as he brings the ball across the timeline here, getting things set up. He'll give it off the sides. Whipping around the perimeter are the Tigers. Larrabee gets almost hit a brick wall there as Joe Burt takes the 3. Bush trying to fight for it. He'll fall to the ground. As we're 1 minute into play here, Castillo, he'll get down on the block. Needs some help though. That's going to be a double dribble situation. He thought he got it tipped out of his hands, but that'll be the call for the time being. Doane again coming off that long stretch of COVID protocol. They have a lot of games coming up here in a row. They've got to get their legs under them, and I'm sure a couple of wins will help out in that situation. Bush spins around, goes to the rack, and gets one to go. Carson Bush with his first points of the game, with one more upcoming. Chance for the freshman from Lincoln to get a 3-point opportunity to start the game off.
On the Warriors, one shot for number 2, Carson Bush.
Bush's shot off the mark there. Letting them play here early on. These refs are letting them play pretty physical. 3-pointer on the way from Midland. That's buried. That's going to be Sandquist for 3. Again, looking up and down this Midland roster, you got Lambert, who's a freshman out of Auburn, a freshman out of Utah and Chakota, and then also another freshman in Castile. So Midland still trying to get their footing under them here early on in the season, as they're 2-5, and the Tigers are 3-5 on the season as well. Midland, corner 3, and another opportunity for them, and they'll bury it again. Midland's got the juice here early on, as they buried a couple of 3s, and they have a 6-point advantage. Hari off to Burt. He'll drive on in. Burt going in with his left hand. He'll throw one up, and that's good. Joe Burt for 2. For Midland. Heat check. Won't quite go there. Nick Sy's bringing it up. He'll give it off to Jackson Hari in the corner. Hari looks. Dribbles a couple times. Drives left. Past Lambert. Reverse layup. Nice move by Jackson to get to the hole. 8-6 here early on. High octane, fast-paced game here on the offensive end. Castillo finally gets it across the court. Both benches into it here. Sy switches over with Larrabee. 12 on the shot clock here. Battered around by Sy. Good defensive possession here. 7 on the shot clock. Castillo driving right. He'll go and put it up with his right hand. No good. Opportunity for Lambert. Battle for it. And there's going to be Jackson Hart coming up with it. He's got Bush and Sy on both sides. Bush, he'll drive with the right hand. Fade away from it. Won't go. No foul there. Coach Paquita, we're on a foul. If you're wanting to absolutely, positively get that to go, you have to get Carson Bush going hard at the rack to make it a little more clear. If he's fading away from it, that's a pretty wide open play, to say the least. Lambert on Hari. He'll give it on out. Passing around the perimeter here. And they are again down on the shot clock. Lambert down below with Larrabee, and he'll go on in and get 2. Larrabee tried to come and swipe on by. Lambert, patient in his approach, gets 2 to go. Larrabee up top. He'll give it off to Bush. And it looks like Doane, they're going to do a wholesale line change here tonight. Bush hesitates, go on in. He'll put it off with his right hand. Nice move by Carson Bush. Patient approach from the youngster. Midland gets it across. They're in. And there's Castillo for 3. He's off the mark, no good. Midland 10, Doane 8, 15:58 left to go here in our first half of action. And Doane will switch on out. 5 here, and that's going to be Cox, Max Mason, Zach Witters, Tyler Sullivan, and Will Grigsby. You've seen this approach from a couple of teams if you've watched this stream before. Some opponents have done this kind of 5 in, 5 out approach, and it's worked for them. Doane maybe taking a couple of lessons from some opponents early on this season, trying to get some rhythm in their approach too. So 10 players already off the bench, getting some points here early on. Max Mason, 3-pointer on the way, no good. Witters trying to fight for the rebound, won't quite get there at the time. Sprinting back are the Tigers here. Midland really pushing it up the court to get in their offense. Good energy here from both teams in this GPAC game. In-state rivalry between Midland and Doane. Cox in the corner, hesitating, going off. Midland, 3-pointer, quick approach off, and there's going to be Sullivan gathering the rebound there. Sullivan weaving out, giving off to Witters. He'll give it to Joe Cox. Cox back to Sullivan, screen from Joe. Joe decided to hedge on out there, try to get an opportunity as the turnover by Doane there. It looked like Joe Cox almost had a better opportunity if he was going to roll to the rim there. But flush on out, he is a good 3-point shooter. Weaving in and out there. And there's 2 points there by Emmanuel Bryson. That's a nice move there. Cox on the left side, he'll give it off to Max Mason. Witters driving left, he wants to give it off to Max Mason and didn't have him on the same page as him. Mason initially was going to try to go to the corner. Witters thought he's going to pop on up and kind of keep that weave action rolling on. And both parties weren't on the same page there. Grigsby and Witters up top, and there's going to be a turnover on the other way. Good defense there by Grigsby, and Witters hassled the ball. Midland still clinging to a 4-point advantage here, 14:37 left to go in this first half of action. Grigsby driving hard right to the middle, right about that charity stripe location. And they've got about a 5 out here for Doane right now. Nobody inside. A little bit of a size disadvantage of the Tigers here. Grigsby driving back, he'll get out to Sullivan. Sullivan will take a 3-pointer. He won't get it to go there. Midland pushing it back up. There's Bryson. Down low, Grigsby, Mason getting things whipped around. Midland just having a hard time here offensively to get a rhythm there, and there's going to be an easy bucket down low. The thing about Doane's defense right now, they're playing with a lot of action, a lot of energy. They're getting Midland into some sorts of funk, but then they'll give up buckets like that. So you take the good with the bad, you take with what you can get, and you take with whatever defensive approach you are going to go with. Max Mason, he'll take another shot at a 3. He's off the mark there, no good. Witters will charge with a foul there. Just kind of knocked it out of his hands there.
Doane foul number 5, Zach Witters, first personal foul, first team foul.
Doane hasn't scored a bucket here in the last 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Midland finally getting it on in here as they still cling to that 6-point lead. They're breaking this press here pretty early and getting into their offensive set. 3-pointer on the way. Top of the key, no good. Tyler Sullivan skying high for the rebound. Grigsby finally handles it. Witters along the right-hand side here now. He'll get a screen from Max Mason. Pulling up is Witters. Jumper on the way, no good. And Midland's got 3 against 2. 3-pointer on the way, and that's good. That's going to be Lawrence Merritt, a senior out of Chicago there with a 3-pointer. And Midland taking a book out of page out of Doane's book there. They're going to do a 5-in, 5-out situation just like the Tigers did. You can kind of see this from both squads here tonight. They're going to kind of have 2 different lineups. You might see those matchups get swayed here in the second half, but for right now, they're going to keep those same 5 in and out. Joe Cox driving hard, gives it off to Max Mason. Mason, he'll take another shot at a 3, and that's going to be a charge. Oh, my. Good setup there by Joe Cox. He's just going flying high a little bit too much, and there's a Midland Warrior setting on him. And you'll see 10 new players onto the court now. You don't see this very often, as 5 new Midland Warriors and 5 new Tigers come into the game now. This is the original lineup you saw starting the game off. Ref was almost getting a little overwhelmed by how many players were coming into the game at that time. Had to blow the whistle, get everybody back. Lambert passing on in for the Warriors. Size up there, you got about 6. Midland gonna go ahead and get it across just in time. That should have been 10. Coach McKeithen jumping up and down. He thought the same as me. Warriors on the left-hand side, now they're gonna get it down. Again, shot clock going all the way down. Size gets the Warrior to dribble it off himself, kind of battered it around, and finally the Tigers will have it here as they are at a 9-point disadvantage right now. Bush and Hari up top, whipping it around. Finally back to Hari. Hari thought about the step back jumper and won't take it. Joe Burt to Bush. Tigers patient on offense here, not settling for anything here early on. Joe Burt, he'll drive on in, he'll give it off to Bush. Bush, corner 3 on the way. Won't get it to roll that time. Fight for it though, and Hari, he'll gather himself in for it. Down low, that's gonna be a kick off Lambert. Tigers coming up, they have the same schedule as the ladies as they will get on the road and go to Dort on the 5th and then Dakota Wesleyan on the 6th. So Tigers have got multiple games coming up here as they've already had 3 games in the last 6 days as well. No easy road here in the G-Pack for the men in white tonight. Size, 3-pointer on the way, that's good. Nick Size for 3. High-paced game here. It's good to have the 5 in, 5 out. Everybody get a little bit of rest here early on. 17-11, 11-23 left to go. Midland trying to answer on back. Lambert can't gather themselves to rebound. He'll get it off to Joe Burt. Joe Burt quickly to Larrabee. Larrabee, he'll take a shot at a 3. He'll bury the long range, and Larrabee comes up big for the Tigers. Midland 17, Dome 14, 11-11 left to go in this first half. We'll take a short break. You're listening to the Dome Sports Network. Doane coming off a 6-0 run there over the last 30 seconds as Midland will try and answer on back as they're still clinging to a 3-point advantage. Midland finally getting it across, will give it off to Castile. Castile going on down and he'll get things rolling in the short corner. Castile being patient, a little bit of dribbling going on from him, trying to get somebody open, and they finally get it on out. 3-point attempt, answering on back, and that's going to be back in the hands of the Warriors. They'll get a fresh 20 on the shot clock. Corner on the way, nice tip out by Joe Burt. Warriors, Tigers here, both kind of on their same pace. You haven't seen the Tigers move this quick in offense and defense. You kind of have to match the same energy that somebody else is kind of giving off. Midland's come right off the bat, showing that they want to get this game amped up. As a 3-pointer by Castile's off the mark, back in the hands of Midland, tipped around, and finally for Midland, they'll call a timeout and they'll get it themselves. Quick timeout by both teams here, and that's going to be a 30-second timeout. We'll keep it right here. Midland right now, again, 2-5 on the season, 1-4 in the G-Pack. Last time that they were out, they won 64-51 over Dakota State. That gave them that 2-2 mark on the season, and then they started to go on down there. But that 0-3 start to start off the season, that's kind of a gut punch there, and they finally started to pick things up as they've already got their first win in the G-Pack as well. Josh Lambert, the freshman here, he's just starting off his collegiate career. He's averaging 12 points and 6 rebounds through those seven games, and Lawrence Merritt, he's adding 11.6 points per game, and 45%, that's a big number right there. 45% of his scoring is coming from behind the arc. So look for those two stats to kind of pop up here early on in this game. Warriors got to make quick work of it though, as they have that shot clock all the way down to 5, and there's going to be a travel heading the other way. Tigers entering this on a little bit of a skid, a 3-game losing skid overall, and they do not have a win in conference play like we've talked about before. Size, he'll pull up for the 15-footer off the back of the iron, no good. A little bit too strong for the one Midland Warrior, but 4 of them around there, and they finally gathered it. Screen there, and that's a good opportunity size-wise. If Midland can get it on in, that's a huge size advantage on Larrabee that they've got down low. They finally can't get it into him. They'll just drive on right past and get 2 to go. That's Malo, that's a sophomore, a 6'7" out of Pender. He's a big body in there. Larrabee, 3-point on the way, in and out. That was about halfway down, and it won't quite go. You've seen a lot of those from Larrabee here this season. Hasn't quite got it going from 3-point land like he was last year. He was really solid a year before. He's doing a lot of everything, though, still averaging double figures for the Tigers. An impressive career for Larrabee. There's going to be a foul. Looks like that's going to be on Nick Size. Larrabee's still putting up big numbers as we look at some of those stats. 15 points per game. He had 22 against Concordia the other night, and he is tied for that team lead of 12 steals and has 16 assists. That's second on the team as a jumper on the way from Midland goes on in. Series lead is to Doane. That's a pretty big advantage all over. They have played a lot of meetings here with Midland. They're leading that series 117-74 as Carson Bush's shot up is no good. He'll get his own rebound though. Joe Burt, corner 3 on the way. That's good. Joe Burt for 3. Midland, though, the last 20 games, though, they have put up an impressive statistic. They've won the last 15 of the 20 there. So Tigers looking to take advantage back over that here tonight and start to dwindle that down. Down low, Carson Bush, good defense, still gets it back there, and they're going to kick it on out. 3-pointer on the way, and there it is, 3-pointer for Midland. Lawrence Merritt, again, the senior from Chicago, 45% of his points coming from behind the arc, and there's a big one for Midland. Larrabee driving left, and he's got a tough defender on him. Emmanuel Bryson's put on some heavy pressure tonight.
Midland foul on 15 on Arturo Montez, first personal foul, second team foul, 5 new Tigers.
It looks like they're going to get number 15 for Midland. That is Arturo Montez with his first foul. And 5 in, 5 out. Here comes the second string of 5 here for the Tigers. Grigsby off to Mason. Good movement by Witters and Cox there, getting to the spot, getting there fast. Mason, top of the key, rips it out to Grigsby. He'll take a shot out of 3. 3-pointer short, no good. And here comes Midland the other way. Good defensive backpedal there by Grigsby to stop him right off the bat. That could have been an easy layup the other way. 3-pointer by Malo, no good. Excuse me, Montez on that one. And it looks like they're going to get Joe Cox on the travel. Might have had a little bit to do with Tyler Sullivan kind of making his way right in front of him. Threw him off his rhythm just ever so slightly. Montez gives it on end to Bryson as the Warriors kick off their offensive set. Bryson going in with authority there, getting some players wide open. He's a quick, shifty player, and there's just a short miss there by Merritt. Tigers the other way. Mason in the corner there, passing it back to Witters. He's going to get a screen by Mason. Witters giving off Joe Cox, his first 3-pointer of the night. That's off the back, no good. Long range missile there is good. Oh my goodness, Lawrence Merritt. He's about 5 or 6 feet outside the 3-point line there and buried that one. Cox giving off to Witters. Witters at the top of the key looking for it. Jabs left. 15-footer, no good. And Midland back the other way. The Tigers here a little bit stagnant. 1 of 7 of their last field goals. Need to get an easy one. Something going to the rim. Kick out 3. Taking some highly contested shots here as that's going to help out. As it looks like Larrabee's going to go ahead and take out Joe Cox at the time being. 5 in for the Warriors. They'll get their second strand of 5 in a little bit after Doane's. As onto the court now is going to be Sullivan, Larrabee, Witters, Grigsby, and Mason, all for the Tigers. Larrabee and Witters exchanging it. Had a little bit of a flare screen set up there by Sullivan. It was a little bit too early as it wasn't set up at the time. Max Mason, he'll move his way in there. And that's a nice scoop shot. Max Mason made his way through, kind of scooped it out. The long legs and long body kind of helped him out there. Not sure any of the Tigers could have done the same with their physicality there. Max Mason kind of stretched his arm out to get that one. Three-pointer on the way. Going to be gathered by Larrabee. Opportunity here. Screen by Mason. Larrabee coming off of it. He'll make his way through, gives it off to Mason. A lot more patient approach here from the Tigers here early on, as that one was tipped out of bounds as Sullivan as it goes out of bounds. Initially would have been a clean pass there, but the tip kind of made the ball spin right at Sullivan's feet, and that trickled on out of bounds. Castile with it for the Warriors. Gives it on down to Lambert. Lambert going to work. Gives it on down to Castile, tipped around. There's going to be Grigsby coming up with it. They got about 3-on-3 on this opportunity now. Witters hesitates, moves, goes through. There's going to be a foul on the floor before the time being. Lambert will go out and on out for the game, and then it's going to be Malo coming in for him. Hari coming in. He'll replace Grigsby. So a little bit of a taller lineup here as you have Max Mason and Jackson Hari with Malo and number 21, Chakota. That's going to be both of those two matching up pretty evenly across the board. Max Mason finally gets it on in. He'll give it off to Witters. 20 on the shot clock. Witters passing on out to Hari. Three-pointer on the way. That's going to be way short. Midland coming up. Witters playing pretty physical there. They're letting him play, and that's going to go in the hands of the Tigers. Use it to your advantage if they're going to give it to you, and Witters does that time. Witters making his way through, going to give it on back. He'll take a look at it. Just absolutely shatters a couple of ankles there on the way. Jackson Hari can't quite connect there too. Tigers pretty cold here in the last 3 minutes. As Sullivan gets a hand on in there, that's going to be sticking with the Warriors. Fast-paced moving game here in the first half makes things go by quickly. Tigers packing things in. Don't want to give them an easy one here to start this possession as they get a trap there with Witters and Larrabee hassling them up top, and they finally get it on out. Are the Warriors. Whip around all the way, and there's going to be another three. That's who it is, Lawrence Merritt. Hot hand here. Merritt, he's already got 14 in the game. He's your leading scorer for the time being. He's enjoying his time from the three-point line. Witters trying to push off, trying to get something to go. He won't get it. Max Mason, he'll look at the three. He'll take it, and it's off. He has not hit a three here tonight. I believe that's his third attempt, as the Tigers are not shooting it well. 21% from the three-point land. Midland, however, after that miss, will go down to 36% for the time being. Larrabee trying to make something out of nothing. There's going to be an easy steal the other way. That's going to be Lawrence Merritt taking in for the left-hand layup, and Coach McKeithen has seen enough out of this team to this point. Midland 32, Doane 19, 3:48 left to go in our first half of action. Stick with us. 3:48 left to go here in our first half of action. Midland enjoying themselves a nice little lead here, 32-19 left to go in this first half of action. Larrabee to Burt. Burt looks at the three, won't take it. Like to see some Tigers get something moving to the rim here, as a lot of them are spread out like a 5-out look. Everybody catching at the three-point line. There's Jackson Hari and the time, and he gets one to go. Jackson Hari with one more coming. A nice strong move as he's just speaking into existence here. Like I said, getting something going to the rim, and the magic happens. Shot up on the way, no good, off the front of the iron. Tigers haven't had a lot of opportunities here from the free throw line. They've only had 3. Midland hasn't even had one so far in this game, so not a lot of fouls called going to the rim here with shots put up, as Midland has 4 fouls and Doane has 3. Usually you start seeing some situations getting into 7 fouls where you're getting a one-on-one situation here as the shot clock winds on down. 3-point on the way, and that's going to be gathered in by Larrabee. Good defensive stand. Looking to get another good offensive possession. Larrabee gives it off the sides here. He's got Joe Burt in the corner. A little bit of a too long of a pass, though. Joe Burt spins, moves up, puts it in, and that's good. Joe Burt with a smooth move to the basket. Tigers within 9 now, but they got a foul, and that's going to be on Nick's size. Tigers won't have to worry about it yet, as they still have 3 more fouls to give before they're going to be into the bonus situation. Merritt giving it off here, getting things rolling on. Merritt, he is super quick going to the basket, and he can shoot it from deep. Not a little bit of a defensive nightmare if you're the Tigers. Bryson crosses over, goes right into Bush, and he'll get it right on back for the offense. He has no fear going right at Bush, but he's going to be traveling it there. Bush sticking his ground there, staking his claim, and his first collegiate start. Bush will give it on off to Hari, whipping it across back to the left-hand side. Burt behind his back, gives it to Hari. He's looking at the short jumper, had it wide open, won't take it for the time being. Bush, Burt, 3-pointer on the way. Big time, Joe Burt for 3. As now we are in 6 points here for the Tigers as they've strung together a 7-0 run over the last minute and a half. Timeout served them well to gather themselves back before halftime. 3-pointer on the way for Midland. They answer. That's Dakota there. Hari giving off to Larrabee. Larrabee, he'll try to answer right on back, and he won't do that. That's not a shot you're looking to get with 1 minute left to go. Malo down low. Burt hassling him. Excuse me, that was Bush trying to get it. Long range missile, my goodness. Lawrence Merritt from almost Lincoln buries that one, as Midland will go up 38-26, trying to gather the troops on back after stringing a couple possessions there. Are the Tigers. 1:10 left to go. We're going to step aside. 38-26 here, 1:10 left to go. Tigers need a couple of key possessions here to go into halftime, as there's been runs for Midland, there's been runs for Doane, and the latest has not been friendly to the Tigers. They got that within 6 and then kind of went on back there. Sullivan, he'll gather himself, get it there. 10 on the shot clock. Larrabee trying to make something of it. They're going to call a block there. Oh my. Foul situations still pretty friendly to both teams at this point. Midland only with 5, so they can still give up one more, and they won't send the Tigers to the line yet. Bush to inbound. Bush going to give it off to Burt on the short corner. 20 on the shot clock. Plenty of time to get anything rolling here. Burt, he's had the hot hand. 3-point on the way. Too short. Back for the Warriors. Merritt, he about hit that last one almost from the very beginning of that Tiger logo at half court. Do not want to get him started. Castile, he'll get the bucket down low. And Midland now has a 14-point advantage at what was a back and forth game at one point. They have an 8-0 run over that last minute and 11, so they've pretty much taken their timeout and they've made work with it. Larrabee, shot clock off. Tigers will get the last possession of this contest here in the first half. Jackson Hari looked at the 3, won't take it. Hari, patient, won't get anything to roll there. He'll finally get it off to Joe Burt at the clock, no good. And that is a good half of basketball by Midland. Way to finish that out, as they will take the lead 40-26 here in that first half of action. Disappointing end for the Tigers in that. We'll bring along some halftime stats here as the Tigers look to regroup themselves. Some halftime stats pass along to you right now as Midland controls the game right now, 40-26 for Midland. Your leading scorers off the bench, Lawrence Merritt, he has had himself a night as he has 19 points. Trailing right behind him is Colby Chakota. He has 6 points. For Doane, your leading scorer at the moment is Joe Burt with 10, and following behind him is Carson Bush. Tigers looking to get some more offensive production here off their bench, as there's only 2 bench points for the time being. Right now for Midland, field goal percentage is at 51% compared to Doane's 35%, and 3-point percentage for Midland's an impressive 40% compared to Doane's 22%. Points in the paint pretty even here for Midland, as they have 14 compared to Doane's 12, as well as points off of turnovers. Doane just taking a 6-point advantage there, 10-4. So a good way to end on an 8-0 run here for Midland as they close off that first half. Tigers need to regroup themselves, trying to get their first GPAC win of the season. We got about 10 more minutes here left in our halftime before we try and close this out here from Haddock Center. Stick with us. Ready to get things started off here in the second half here. Doan gonna control the basketball out of halftime, see what adjustments the Tigers have made to get this into a closer game and hopefully get their first win in the G-Pack this season. Bush right down the middle of the lane, and he'll get one more to come. Strong move to the bucket by the freshman. Will get one more to come to complete the three-point play.
First personal foul, first team foul. The Warriors, one shot for number 2.
Person coming right out of the bat, 10 seconds into the game. Already taking a big chunk out of this lead. Shot up, shot good by Bush. 49-20, or 40-29, excuse me. 11-point lead here as Hari a little bit too friendly there. And he'll get the foul call there as we have one foul apiece for both teams at the time being.
First team foul.
Bush guarding Midland Warrior up top. They get it across the timeline and get into their offensive set. Burt gonna be called for the foul there, and those are some ticky-tacky fouls there. Not much you can do there if you're Joe Burt. He just kind of pushed off a little bit with his chest. Letting them play there in the first half, and now almost switching their course there are the refs. Good players adjust to what the refs are doing in the game. Figure your way to play their style and not get in foul trouble. Shot clock winding down, step back jumper on the way. That's going to be short, controlled by Joe Burt, heading back the other way. Burt looked at Hari for the time being. He's going to wisely set it back up. You don't want to take too risky of a pass there, as you still need to bite into this lead a little bit. Larrabee streaking on down. He'll get a little bit of a screen. Joe Burt thought about the three, give it back on to Nick Size. Size, 12 on the shot clock. He'll dribble on in. Reverse layup on the way. Nick Size. Nice move down low. He has done that multiple times this season. That's kind of what I'd call his signature move, as he gets down to that baseline, finds a way to get it in the hoop. Larrabee stuck on an island, doesn't have much help there behind, gets out of it for the time being. Castile on Joe Burt. Castile driving, going. Joe Burt swats it away. 5-4. And it'll go to the Tigers that time. Either way, Midland was going to have to make something to work with. 3 seconds left on the shot clock, and that was not going to be pretty in any way you spin it. Castile will go off to the bench. And the Tigers will control it here with 18:25 left to go. Doan just down by 9. Bush to Larrabee on the left-hand side. No screens there. Hari thought about it. Will come on back. Larrabee back to Burt. Burt down low. Jackson Hari double move down low. A little bit too strong there. Was right there at the rim. Just almost switched to the other block and went the other way, as Nick Size is going to get fouled. He's going to foul Bryson, and Bryson has an opportunity to make that into a three-point play.
No foul on 23, Nick Size. Third personal foul.
42-31, and Midland just kind of keeps hovering around that lead for the time being. Tigers taking bites, making some plays though that send them back the other way. For the game right now, Midland shooting 50% from field goal range. Doan 38, struggling for the time. 34, both teams have 34 attempts from field goal range, so no team putting up any more shots than the other, just being more efficient in their approach are the Midland Warriors. They have more turnovers though here in this game, with 10 turnovers compared to Doan's 6. Doan just not doing as much with it when they get those opportunities. Larrabee gives it off to Bush. Bush, he'll drive in on the short corner. Flip his course though, put it on up, and that's a nice move by Carson Bush. Dribbled on him with his left hand, took a look back like he was gonna reverse his course, and then went on through. A nice hesitation move and tricked the Warriors. On the right-hand side there, they're going to get it. Bryson with the ball, 9-8, and they really worked this shot clock. That's one thing that the Midland Warriors do. They do take a patient approach here as Bryson goes on in for the easy layup. No help defense on that side there. Some of these possessions could have been stopped with a little bit of help defense, at least made it a little bit harder for the time being. Oberhauser, he'll give a screen off to Larrabee. Oberhauser to Burr. I believe that's Oberhauser's first time into the game right now. Larrabee gets it back. 10 seconds on the shot clock. He'll give it off Jackson Hari. Oberhauser, corner. Larrabee back with it. 5, 4. Joe Burt, corner 3 on the way. Big time. Joe Burt for 3. Coach instructing Max Mason to come back into the ball game now. Tigers got to worry about their defense here. Bryson down low. Giving it on off the Merritt. Bryson looking. He'll go right into Carson Bush, and he'll get 2 more to come. Midland will take a timeout here and stop and see if they can get a stop on Doan's offense. 47-36, 16:21 left to go in our ball game. Stick with us. You're listening to the Doan Sports Network. (47-36), 16:21 left to go in tonight's GPAC contest. Tigers looking to get things rolling on offense and get a couple of stops on defense to get this be a closer contest. Burt coming off the screen. He'll drive hard on in, and won't get 1 more to come. He'll go to the line to shoot 2. Just rimmed on out for Joe Burt. Good strong move to the bucket though.
Second personal foul, second team foul. 2 shots for number 21, Joe Burt.
Burt, his first shot up on the way is good. Burt, second one, will go on through, and the Tigers start to get just a little bit closer, get that deficit down to 9 points at the time. Midland moving across 3-point line here, and they will get it as far as they can down on the shot clock. Bryson going right at it in a bush, and he's been doing that all night long. He's just going hard at the bucket each time. Bush is not, using his hands or anything, getting his chest right in front of him. A little bit too much contact, and that's a tough thing to call though. Usually, as Bryson's usually initiating that force right into Bush. And there's a wide open opportunity down low. They're going to get a foul there on Oberhauser. First things first, there's a foul, but the first thing that you need to stop is that pass on the inbounds there. Doan doesn't do there and gives Midland a golden opportunity for either a foul or an easy bucket. Shot up, shot good. There by Dakota. Dakota's second one is good as well, as Midland's extending that lead back up to 11. They're still having around that 8 to 11 range. They just stay right there as Max Mason goes on in for the layup, and he'll be fouled by Bryson. Doan, a little bit of foul situation here as that's going to be Bryson's first, but Doan has 5 fouls here in the second half. Midland just with 3. You like to see those flip the script there because Tigers need to take these opportunities from the free throw line and really bury them. They're shooting 60% right now. That shot on the way is good. Second shot by Mason will go on through. 9-point advantage here for Midland. Doan going to extend that pressure up just a little bit. Try and rush those Warriors ever so slightly into maybe a trap or a situation to get a quick bucket. They're going to pass around the perimeter. 3-pointer on the way. Midland, no good. Max Mason skying high for the rebound. He'll get it off to Larrabee, and the Tigers will slow it up to get things set up. Larrabee, your leading scorer for the Doan Tigers this season. Like to see the ball in his hands, or Joe Bird this time. Joe's had a pretty nice night. Joe driving left. He'll put it up, sky and high, and a good spin on it to get it going in. Fading away from the bucket. You can see the spin coming off his hand there. Placed beautifully off the glass and in. Joe is having a nice night. He's got 17 points as there's going to be a good foul there by Joe Bird. He saw that there's an easy layup opportunity coming up for Rushoff, but it just fouled him on in, and he's going to make him earn it from the free throw line. Help defense, not helping anybody out here tonight for the Tigers. Shot on the way, no good, and that foul proved to be pretty beneficial there, given by Joe Bird. And that shot's good. 1-2 as Rushoff there. 14:47 left to go here. 8-point advantage for Midland. Sullivan starting things off for this offense. Going to give it off to Larrabee. Max Mason whipping across. They're trying to just face cut these Midland Warriors and trying to get an opportunity that way. Max Mason, he'll give it off to Oberhauser. This could be a big 3, and that will not go. Larry lucky to not get a foul there. That's a long 2, no good there, and the Tigers got lucky there. That was a quick possession by Midland. Their head coach not very happy with what's going on there, and back-to-back possessions wasted by both the teams there, and that's not what you're looking for if you're down. Little things, making sure you're inbounds, making sure people are ready for the passes. Stuff to make you scratch your head at the end of the day when this doesn't go the way we go. 2-on-1 here. Back to Mason. Mason will go on in. There's an easy layup. 2-on-1. That's just basic basketball. Good possession by those two. Tigers would need a big stop here. There to Dakota. They're going to switch it on around. No help defense there. Mason right in the face there. No foul. Very lucky there as he kind of swatted right in the face of Rushoff. 6, 5, 4 on the shot clock. Whipping it on down there. Oberhauser stands tall and gets the bucket to roll on out. Joe Bird along that side, going to give off to Max Mason. This could be a big one. Max Mason, 3-point on the way, no good. He's been a little bit cold here today as Sullivan tries to fight for the rebound. He won't get anything going there. Warriors, other way. Dakota, 3-pointer got by Sullivan. He was running on down as he fell off the floor and gets the rebound there as he just gets back on defense. Midland, no field goals in the last 3 minutes of play. Tigers have got to take advantage of that. They've been 0 of 4 of the 4 taken in that last 3-minute stretch. A couple of Tigers coming into the game now to maybe light a spark in this offense approach. That's going to be Witters and Hari now. So Witters, Larrabee, Mason, Hari, and Joe Burt all into the game now. Mason looks at the 3-pointer. He'll hedge up. Mason will try and take it on in, and there's 1 to go. Max Mason with the big 2 with 1 more coming to complete the 3-point play. Tigers getting closer and closer at the time being, and within 4 of that Midland lead could make it 3 here. That shot up and good by Mason. Bush coming on in for Joe Burt. Joe Burt having himself a really nice night here. Carson Bush as well in his first start. A lot of positives to take away from the game, being a big positive would just be a W in the category of Doane tonight. Lambert giving it off to Castile. Castile top, looking for somebody to come open. 10 seconds on the shot clock again. Witter's gonna get a screen here. Hari gonna hedge on out, coming on back, and there's just an inerrant pass. A little bit of miscommunication. Here come the Tigers. Hari, right side. He'll hedge on up, try and put it on in. The short jumper, no good. The Tigers just can't catch a break. Good possession there, but just the rim not being too friendly to him for the time. Midland setting on up, looking to gather themselves back on as they have a 3-point advantage here. Wooders will be charged with the foul there, and that's going to send Midland to the line to shoot a one-on-one situation here. Larrabee will go out and take a break right now. Rushoff being guarded pretty heavily here tonight, getting a little bit frustrated the last couple of possessions. He has been hit, nudged, finally getting the call there on Wooders. Rushoff, his first one way is good. Rushoff, his second one will go on through again. And that one for Midland, that's going to be Lawrence Merritt. He hasn't really got going in the second half. You don't want to get him started either. Midland still with that 5-point advantage here as we near that 12-minute mark. Size to Bush on the left-hand side. Witters streaking to the basket. Hill wisely let up, give it back out to Bush to set around the next set of steps. Here's Hari down low. He was in the air for quite a while. He'll bully himself down low. No foul called at all, as there's a lot of ball, but that's going to still. Oh my, I thought that was a pretty easy call to be in the hands of the Tigers. They're going to give it to Midland. As possessions keep adding up here for the Tigers that they have come up empty-handed in. Merritt calling out the offense, letting him know what the play is here as Midland gets things rolling. Castile up at the top. He'll give it right back to Merritt. 15 on the shot clock. Tigers packing on in. You need to get some extra backside help if you do happen to get it on in those short corners. Bryson on in. He tried to go a little bit too much with it. He's in some trouble now. 2-1. No rim being caught. There's going to be a shot clock violation. Good defensive possession by the Tigers. Joe Burt coming back into the game. He's got the solid hand here. Look for a play coming out of the Joe Burt's absence. Looking for something to be set up in here as he sets up in the corner. Coach instructing Max Mason go to the high post here as Joe Burt's in the corner getting things rolling. Size off the screen from Max Mason. Back to Joe Burt. Max Mason wanting it down low. Don't have the right angle to get it on into him, and they finally do. Max Mason will try to get something, and he was a little bit off kilter. Didn't quite gather himself as soon as he got the ball. Just kind of went right with it as it was kind of nudged around. And he shot that off kilter. Tigers had not scored in the last 2 minutes. 0 of 4 of field goals. They're right there alongside Midland. Both teams scoring drought here in the last 3 minutes. We have not seen a bucket. Three-pointer on the way. Midland trying to change that. Witters, he'll be called for the foul, and that's a biggie. 3 foul shots coming up for Midland here.
18 foul. 3 shots. Bo Sandquist.
That shot's up and good. Second one good, and Midland's making the Tigers pay for fouling him.
Larrabee and Oberhauser in for Doane.
And the third one is on through. Midland extending their lead here. Back up to 8. Tigers all night kind of set up in this 4-high approach, maybe with a little bit of a high post action. But they have not had a true post really on the block the whole night, or even 2 of them in there. There's only been one at a time. Oberhauser back to Joe Burt. Joe Burt driving. He'll kick it out to Larrabee. Larrabee, 3-pointer on the way. Got it. Big time from Anthony Larrabee as he buries the 3 to bring it within a 5-point game. Tigers finally break that curse. Midland, though, they did get the free throws, but they have not scored in 6 minutes, which is a crazy statistic, being that they still have the lead here right now. Bryson kind of challenging Larrabee. He'll drive right in the middle of that, and Dakota will take the 3, and he will miss that one. Size. Back to Larrabee. Doan looking to push this one to get it up to a 1-possession lead here for Midland. Plenty of time when you look at everything under, almost going to be under 9 minutes here soon, as Burt gets up and he'll go and shoot 2 upcoming. But those last 10 minutes usually fly on by. Do not want to keep on the same train that you've been on, the scoring drought.
Second personal foul, 6th team foul.
They will not go to line with Burt. Spoke a little too soon on that one. Looked like he was in the process, but they might have gotten him before he started in that motion. They'll give it out to Larrabee in the short corner. Oberhauser giving off the screen. Larrabee looking, he's got Dakota on him. Larrabee's definitely got the speed advantage here. Let's see if he takes it in that fact. Joe Burt, long range 3, no good. That didn't really look good from the start there. And Midland lucky to get that one back. I'm not sure any of the teammates were ready for that pass. Merritt, lucky, nice steal away by Joe Burt as he sticks in between both those defenders. Larrabee looking to get back. Burt looks at the 3, he'll drive wisely. He'll put up a tough shot though, and not the possession you're looking for if you're down there. Turnovers not turning into points here for Doan. A tough shot by Joe Burt. Kind of coming off that adrenaline rush, getting the steal, getting on through, but you would like to see a balanced possession there. Get everything going. The rim just not being friendly to the Tigers here tonight as they're shooting 40% from total field goal range. Not a statistic you like looking at, and 26% from 3-point range. 2 numbers that are not very friendly here. As Castillo getting away with one there as he's kind of pushing Nick Size off to the side. Bryson, he'll be called for a travel. Tigers 1 of their last 7 for their field goals. Midland 0 of their last 6. So both teams struggling right now on the offensive end to get things moving. Bush with the screen. He had a kind of a double screen situation. Bryson just goes right in front of Bush. He'll go in, and that's going to be a goaltending. Bush, nice move, acting like he's a seasoned veteran out there. He's changing his course and going for the layup. Hari coming into the game now. He'll get Oberhauser. Hari a little bit more of a bigger offensive threat for the time being. Need something to get rolling here. Close game from a Haddock Center, 3-point game and the G-Pack, and this would be a big one for the Tigers if they could get it. Rushoff finally getting going. He'll get it off to Castillo. That might be an easy layup the other way, and that's a block by Joe Burt. See if this can translate into points. Hari, Bush, he'll take a short jumper. He's going to go back in, dishing it off to Hari for 2, and we get a 1-point game. Bush wisely didn't take the 3, moves it on in. Unselfish play by him to get it to Hari, and just like that, we've got a 1-point game with 7:33 left to go. Castillo down low against Size. He's got a little bit of a size advantage on Nick, and he gets that one to go on the second opportunity there. 3-point advantage here from Midland. Could blow the roof off here if you get a 3-pointer and tie this ball game up after being down 14 here in the second half. Larrabee takes it on in. Bush, 3-pointer on the way. No good. Man, oh man, this Bush Can't say enough about him. 11 points here tonight. Played in 22 minutes. He has had himself a really good first collegiate start. Warriors passing along the perimeter there. Castillo's going to go ahead and battle down low with size. He's going to kind of be your post for the time being. Size down low has got a man up there as Bush finally gets it on, and they've got numbers. Got to push it, Bush. Getting across timeline. He's got a wide open lane to the rim, and he's got two. Nice move by Carson Bush. Reading the defense, getting it going. Something worth noting is Castillo will take the three there and parries it. Oh man, that'll silence him for a while. And Midland will take the timeout. Midland still controlling the game for the time being. 60-56, 6:18 left to go. Stick with us. You're listening to the Doane Sports Network. .618 left to go here from the Haddock Center. Midland still clinging to that 4-point advantage, 62-56. Big three-pointer by Midland's Castile. Got them back up to that 4-point advantage after they were just down to a 1-point advantage. Tigers really coming back after Midland was up 14 in the second half here. Doane being patient. Nick Sides, he'll take the jumper. That's a big one. Nick Sides for two. Confidence is key here, and the Tigers have got it down the stretch. Two teams that's just evenly matched up across the board here tonight. Midland really took advantage there in the first half, going into halftime, kind of strung together to 8-point run there. Other than that, it has been throughout here, neck and neck. As there's a lay in there, going to be Lawrence Merritt. He's just too quick to the rim. Two teams shooting it relatively the same. Midland shooting 47% from field goal. Doane shooting 43%. Bush, he slips down, he throws one, and that's a waste of possession for the Tigers. 3-point percentage-wise, you'll see the biggest differential as Midland's taking that 36% to Doane's 25%. And there's a turnover by Midland. Midland still has the lead here, but they have 16 turnovers today compared to Doane's 7. And Doane has taken advantage of that, 16 points to 4, but not enough for the time being. They're still down by 4 with 5 minutes left to go. We'll take a short break right with the Tigers. 5:10 left to go here in our contest here today. Midland still with that 4-point advantage after a short Doane timeout. Joubert gonna get a little slight, ever so slight screen there by Jackson. Already kind of ducked right underneath of it as they're gonna get it in. Jackson driving right, putting up on, and that's a good 2-point possession there. Jackson being patient, dribbling down, backing his defender, going over his left shoulder and getting a 2. As that's a 2-point game, under 5, and this is exactly what G-Pack action looks like. Rushoff in the corner against Burt. Whipping it all the way across are the Warriors. Look to see if they can get a 3-pointer off the screen there. They won't get it though. Merritt, he'll look. And that's a shot clock violation before they can get it off. And that would have been a big 3-pointer if they could have got that for Midland, but that is a shot clock violation, and we're still at a 2-point lead here for Midland. The difference 1 second can make. That would have been a big one, getting that back up to a 5-point advantage. Tigers have an opportunity here to tie it up. Their first time they would they haven't tied it up at all this game here since the early first half. And this would be a big momentum swing if they could do that. Size with a difficult pass. They finally get it over to Joe Burt, 10 on the shot clock. Burt slides switches his course, oh my goodness. Joe Burt crossed himself, spun around, then finally got it to go on in. Midland wanted to travel, and we're all knotted up here at 62. Rushoff get to Bryson. Bryson try and get back, and they're gonna go all the way clear across, winding that shot clock all the way down. Dakota down low against Hari. He'll try and make his own move. Bryson back with it. He'll go right to the rim, and he'll get a tough bucket to go. He earned every bit of that. Bush to Hari, back to Size. Size gonna get a screen from Hari. Larrabee with him on the right-hand side. Larrabee crossing over, going right into the heart of it. Gonna give it off to Size. That would have been a perfect opportunity for a kick-out 3 if it wasn't tipped around. Hari, 10 on the shot clock. Time to do whatever he wants with it. Hari down low. And he'll get it tipped right back to Midland. That's a good move by Jackson. Just couldn't finish it. 2-point advantage here for Midland. Don't want to give up a bucket here. Need a defensive stand. Merritt with it, driving, going back over. 3-point from Midland, and it goes out of bounds. Or excuse me, goes off the rim. I like to see Tigers get up and go. Try to get one easy. Larrabee, fake screen by Hari. He'll get a nice move on there, and there's Hari down low. Excuse me, people just moving all over. And now we're backed up knotted here with 2:20 left to go. Bryson with it off to Rushoff. Screen up top. Hari's got a hedge on out. That's not an advantage. You want to kind of see that because that's a quick move there. Hari's going to go to the 4-2. It's 4-on-4 across the board. They had Size right down low, and they couldn't get it off to him. Bush, he'll go in, and he will not get it to go as they're going to call a block there. Interesting call there as the ref in position, looking exactly at his zone, did not call it, but you had the ref all the way from the opposite side, almost sprinting in there to call the foul at the time. Whatever works at this point, as the Tigers are going to go to the line. And that's going to be the first one up and in by Bush. He'll get the 1-point advantage here. You don't often see that. Sometimes you'll see refs that they stick to their zone and they stick to what they know, but so that's kind of one of those zones that is kind of iffy there, and the ref came in emphatically, goes with it, sticking to his guns, and he'll take that. Doane's going to take a 2-point advantage here. 1:53 left to go. Saddle on up. We've got a wild one here in the Haddocks to finish up. 1:53 left to go here from the Haddock Center. Doane with a 2-point advantage here after a block called. Carson Bush nailing a couple free throws down, giving Doane their first lead since the first half there. You know Midland's got something drawn up here, hopefully to get them to success. Passing around the perimeter, they're going to try and get it on in to Castile. They won't try and get it to him right now. Merritt, he'll make his way against Larrabee. Pass it on out. Castile, big three if it goes. No, it won't. Bush with it. Tigers have got to get a quality possession here. Not a time to try and press a three or try to press a shot early on in this shot clock. Tigers getting it on down. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Larrabee with it back again, trying to get another screen from Hari. He'll drive over to the right. Larrabee going to try and do things himself. He'll go and take a 15-footer, and it won't quite go. Oh my goodness. What's a Doane basketball game without making it interesting? Castile going to give it off to Merritt. Merritt do not want to give up a three-pointer to him right now. He'll take a lofty shot, won't quite go, and there's Nick Size with it. Tigers have got to get at least one more shot off with the shot clock the way it is. About a 13-second differential between game clock and shot clock at this time, and you want to take every bit of it. You do not want to give Midland any more time than they have to get things rolling here. Hari with it. Hari looking. 5, 4, and he's going to have to get something to go, and he won't. That's a waste of possession. Midland the other way. They have a chance to win it here. 13 on the shot clock. Excuse me, on the game clock. It's off. Merritt, he'll take the long-range three. No good, and Larrabee will gather it. Oh, man, if that was the last person that I would have wanted to have the three, if I'm a Doane fan, Lawrence Merritt took the three and will miss it there. 5 seconds left to go, and it looks like Larry's going to have an opportunity to seal the deal here with a one-on-one situation here. Coach McKeithen looks like he's going to want to take a timeout just to gather his troops, take a breath, and get everything rolling here. 5 seconds left to go. Anything can happen. Doane 66, Midland 64. Stick with us. Larrabee with a one-on-one situation here. One would at least be huge. At least make sure that you can send this to overtime if a three-pointer would go. If not, Midland will have a chance to win it. And Larrabee will hit the first one. At least we'll go to overtime here for the Tigers if they don't foul on a three-point attempt. Larrabee can seal the deal here with one more. And there it is. Looks like the Tigers are going to get their first GPAC win of the season in an up-and-down game. That at one point did not look like this was going to be very friendly to the Tigers as the three-pointers put up. And the Tigers will win their first GPAC game of the year against the Midland Warriors here. 68-64, a 4-point win and a gutsy win here by the Tigers. We'll pass along some post-game stats as soon as we get them. Stick with us. Doan winning today's contest 68-64 here on the back of Anthony Larvey. He had, excuse me, that's going to be Joe Burt with your leading scorer of the night. 19 points for him. Carson Bush, a huge night for his campaign to start off as his first collegiate start. He has 15 points for tonight. Midland, your leading scorer is Lawrence Merritt. He has 21 points, followed by Emmanuel Bryson with 13. Both those players off the bench for Midland here today. For field goal percentage, Midland shot 42% compared to Doan's 44. Pretty even across the board there. As well as three-point percentage, Midland shot 31% and Doan shot 25. The biggest one that I see here tonight is the points off of turnovers. Doan made up for that here at the end. Doan had 20 points off of turnovers compared to Midland's 4. So Doan gets a huge win here in the G-Pack, their first of the season. That's a huge monkey off the back for them as they head into a busy week here as they head off to Dort and Dakota Wesleyan before we come on back here on the 9th against Hastings. We'll have that on the Doan Sports Network around 8 o'clock. So Doan wins tonight 68-64. Huge win for Coach McKeithen and the crew here tonight. This is Tate Missouri signing off. Have a great night.